hello. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, it is I, DG Driver, back in the cockpit again for the new year. Happy New Year 2019, everybody. I hope that you guys had a great chance to chill and to spend time together with family and friends. I am sitting in the cockpit of the Tenku Developer Studios American Airlines 787-900 series Dreamliner, sitting at Philadelphia International Airport. And there is very much a reason why it is so dark out and the frame rate is so low. I am at Philadelphia and I'm going to be doing an overnight flight to Keflavik in Iceland. It's the very first time I've ever done anything like this before. The longest flight in the simulator that I've done to record is most likely Jackson Hole to Dallas Fort Worth, and that was probably about 3.5 hours. So that's where I stand right now. I am sitting, I think, at gate A15, the international terminal. You can see the cars of Interstate 95 in the distance. Hey, thanks for the host, Iron Condor Simulations. Free plug, feel free to check out Iron Condor Simulations on Twitch, because he does flight simulation streams as well, and he has some rather nice content. Yeah, so I've simulated the time to be about 2:45, 3 in the morning. I'm doing this so that I can actually get a daylight arrival into Keflavik. Florida was amazing. I think if anybody sticks around for me to take off and get up to cruise or get up to altitude, we're gonna have a conversation about that and the stuff that I did. But in the meantime, don't mind my low texture loading self. We are going to take care of some business. Now, there we go. Don't mind me. This is definitely not a study level 787 at all, but I am punching in the first fjord that I'm going to get to, which is Robbinsville. Robbinsville is going to be the transition out of the Philadelphia 2 departure. I'm going to be taking off to the west. Oh, yeah. I've liked going down to Florida many times. I spent time with my family in Disney World, and I gotta tell you, the time of year when we usually go, the weather's pretty good and cooperative, and it's not that hot, and we can go out and we can have a good time. Yeah, feel free to stick around. I'm not going to take too much longer to get up in the air, because I definitely want to make sure that I have plenty of time to catch up with you guys. This is going to be a nice long haul stream. So let's see. I'm checking my bearings here. Online, the networks are not going to do anything for me in terms of coverage. Philadelphia doesn't have any coverage. Keflavik doesn't have any coverage. There's no coverage areas in between. Closest thing to coverage that I'm going to have is New York. So I'm wondering if it would be better for me to just skip being on that sim at all. I tell you what, since this is going to be a late night flight anyway, I'm just not going to bother. I'm not going to bother with VATSIM at all. I'm just going to shut off and just focus on opening this up to the FS Cloud community. So if you are an FS Cloud, feel free to come check me out or come fly with me. I am departing from Philadelphia International Airport in about the next 15 minutes or so probably the next 10 or so to get on the road, so to speak, to Iceland. So I'm loading up. You're probably not seeing much right now because it's just another window. And yeah, okay, there we go. So FS Cloud is loaded, and I'm going to go ahead and punch in for Robbinsville, which is where I'm headed to next. Okay, so let's see. Oh man, thanks, I appreciate it. Okay, well right now I believe I'm at gate A15, and I think X-Plane and FSX can definitely work together. I'm set up right now on FS Cloud, which is a multiplayer network similar to some of the biggies that you've seen before, like X-Plane and IVA, not X-Plane, VATSIM and IVAO. Okay, great. So let me take a quick look around. Yes, I am most definitely at gate A15, and I am in the process of loading out. I've got my utility panel open for business. Can I stretch this out a little bit more? Let me see. Okay, yeah, this is gonna seem a little bit off kilter. Let me see. Let me see if I can actually fix the. Oh, that just made it worse. Can we do better? Okay, this is probably going to be about as good as it's going to get. So, let's see. Okay, great. So, alright. Right now we have cabin lights on. Panel and logo lights are supposed to be on, but I'm not going to blame it on the plane. I'm going to assume we have... Oh, nice. A320 Ultimate. Okay, so as long as you have enough range to make it from Philadelphia to Keflavik, which I'm assuming the A320 does, not gonna have a problem at all. And we are loading right now. Doors are open. I'm taking passengers right now. So let's go ahead and make this happen. Let's start the boarding process, and let's go ahead and get the jetway operating. UPS is doing the ground handling for me. Go figure. Okay, so we got passengers boarding. Looks like we're going to take 161 passengers overnight from Philadelphia to Keflavik. And on board with me, I have the lovely Mrs. Digidriver. She's doing some beautiful artwork right now from a coloring book. People like to paint, some people like to color, some people like to put puzzles together. I think coloring is a new trend that I've seen right now, at least. We also have one of our cats with us, but she's asleep right now. 38 of 161. This will be a great time to go over the flight plan. I will be departing runway 27 left and climbing to heading 245 immediately after takeoff and climbing to 5,000 feet. Let's see. If you want the waypoints to follow, here's what you'll want to do. If you have an FMC that takes instruction, I think what you can do is punch in the Philadelphia to departure, Robbinsville transition, which is Romeo Bravo Victor, and then I'm going to take the J62 Vector Airway to Nantucket, and I believe that waypoint is Alpha Charlie Kilo. And then, let's see, take a look at my flight plan. Yeah, so Robbinsville to Nantucket, which is Alpha Charlie Kilo, and then the J585 Vector Airway to Yarmouth, which is Yankee, Quebec, India. And then direct to Missy, which is Uniform Mike Echo Sierra India. And that's when things basically just go blank. Like we'll be going direct from there to the eldest 2H arrival into runway 28 for Keflavik International. And that's going to be a bunch of waypoints, but basically eldest 2H or Echo Lima Delta India 2 Hotel. That's the literal arrival name for eldest 2H. Eldest with an S at the end, but basically the code for it is ELDI 2H. Okay, look at that. So, let's see, boarding's complete. Let's go ahead and dismiss the buses. Stairs back. And close the boarding doors. Cargo should be fully complete at this point. Let's go ahead and dismiss, start closing doors. And let's see, we've got parking brakes set. Let's get rid of the chocks. Dismiss the loaders. Cargo's done. And let's see, let's go ahead and get the APU power turned on. And disconnect ground power. Just waiting for that door to get closed. I am flying a Boeing 787-900 series Dreamliner. It's going to have the American Airlines livery and the developers, Tenku Developer Studios. I think it's, what is it, Project Open Sky class airplane. And I've liked the sound pack that it comes with. I'm using the default 737 cockpit from the game, but it doesn't matter because the sound more than makes up for it. Let's go ahead and turn the strobe and the beacon lights on. Yes, I'm probably doing this way wrong, but that's okay. It doesn't matter to me. Okay, now I don't know if the taxi lights are going to illuminate at all. So I think at this point I'm done with the utility. I'm going to go ahead and close it and take a look. Alright, so where are we? Oh, you know what? I forgot to do something. Let me go ahead and disable AI traffic. I don't want them getting in the way, since I'm not going to be using default traffic at all. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and push back, and I will be taking the taxiway all the way down and over to 27 left. So let's take a look at the chart for Philadelphia, see where I am. And okay, airport and airport info. If I want to get to 27 left from here, then I'm probably going to need to cross Tango. Yeah, go right back, cross 27 right at Tango, and then Tango to Papa, Papa to November, and November to Sierra and Sierra 4. So, okay. So, Tango to Papa, Papa to November, November to Sierra, Sierra to Sierra 4. Okay. Sorry for the noise. Let me know if this sounds any better. Okay, as in, okay, there we go. I appreciate that. Alright, so we just finished loading passengers. We're set to go, we're fully fueled, galley stocked with goodies. So let me go ahead and get started with the pushback. Pushback is going to be it's going to be tail left, because I'm going to turn right on Tango to go down, cross 27 right, and then go to Papa November Sierra 4. Okay, so let's call the ground surfaces over and begin pushback. Okay, tail left, and we will wait to start engines. And the tow truck will either come out from the building or from around the corner, because it came out from the building.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
That's interesting. I'll take an Air Europa 737. That's fine with me. In the meantime, let's go ahead and turn pitot heat on.
Locking gear.
Get the engines ready to start. And turn the fuel lines on once we're ready to go.
Departure check completed. Bypass bin inserted. Release parking brakes.
Okay, parking brakes released.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Okay, so now we're officially pushing back. And I'm going to go ahead and make sure my airspeed is set to go. Vertical speed will peg at 2,000 feet per minute. And get the line set. Start engine 2, then start engine 1. We've got N2 rising. Let me take a look. That is weird. I can't seem to see anybody else right now. I'm wondering if it's just that my FS Cloud is jacked up. That's strange. I can't see you. Let's go ahead and start engine number 1. And get flap set for takeoff. Alright, I'm going to try something. I'm going to actually try to... Let me try exiting FS Cloud and coming back in. It's perfect. Do it. Okay, so pardon me guys, I'm just closing my FS Cloud. Yeah, don't mind this if it hasn't crashed, just my tablet takes a while to load texture memory. Okay, I'm going to restart FS Cloud now. So you're not going to hear anything for a little while except GSX. Okay, so FS Cloud is reloading. Yeah, that's really strange. I can't seem to see anybody else. Seem to be pegged for some reason. Okay, there we go, that's what. For some reason, my flight simulator always likes to start with a certain configuration that automatically starts my autopilot, and a bunch of other things that make it like I have to stay on top of it the moment that I take off, otherwise I'm not going to see a thing. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys are watching live or watching a replay, thank you very much for tuning in. This is DigiDriver with a flight from Philadelphia to Keflavik, Iceland. My first ever overnight, overseas, long haul. I estimate flight time for this is probably going to be 5 or 6 hours. So, it's entirely possible I might see the sky get brighter before I go to sleep tonight.
Set parking brakes.
And hopefully my microphone is working nicely and I'm not boomy or I'm not so quiet that you can't hear me, because that would make this stream kind of pointless to watch, except for the flight. I do have one person watching, and thank you for doing so. And Mrs. DigiDriver says hello as well.
Unlocking gear. Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed.
And in case you're wondering, you are looking at Sun Sky Jet Philadelphia scenery. This is freeware scenery, and I gotta say, this is one of the best sceneries I've ever seen for free, period. Functioning airport scenery, that is. There's gonna be plenty to talk about once we get in the air. Talking about things like my recent trip to Florida and
Left is clear.
goals that
Right
I
is clear.
have for this year in terms of simulation. But right now, the marshal is giving us a signal, so I think we're going to be getting ready to go. Flaps are already set for takeoff. All I got to do is basically get my rear in gear here. Okay, there we go. What is my zoom level? Alright. Okay, so here we go. Let's just run through the checklist. We've got pitot heat on. I'm not going to need anti-ice for a little while. We'll just probably shut it out at some point soon. Ready to go. Let me go ahead and make sure cabin lights are turned off. Okay, there we go. We are set. Let me go ahead and double check my position. Yeah, again, we should be able to turn right around and head right down Tango, which I believe is right behind me. So, I'm beginning my taxi run now. And I do not need to finagle my throttle quadrant at all. The engines on this thing are just beasts. Okay, here we go. So this is Tango. Coming up on 27 right. Take a quick peek. Don't see any traffic whatsoever. We are cleared. Okay. Once again, this is Sun Sky Jet Philadelphia International Airport scenery, available for FSX, and I believe it also works with P3D as well. I don't know if Sun Sky Jet did a version of this for X-Plane, although somebody might have made a better version of this too, so it's entirely possible, always possible. Okay, right now we are taxiing down Papa, and we're going to be coming up on November as our next turn, which is easy because it's basically the very next taxiway that I'm going to see. And after that, we should head to Sierra and Sierra 4 for takeoff. I'll just set my heading to 245 so I can toggle into it once I'm done with the takeoff roll. And while I'm taxiing out, oh yeah, I gotta fix that trim. Okay, there we go. Trim is fixed. That's one of the problems with my startup settings. For some reason, the trim goes crazy. So it tries to rotate like way too early. Okay, coming up on November and nobody's coming. Let's go ahead and begin the turn. Now. If you guys are watching live and for some reason sound's not coming through or it's just not sounding great, let me know and I'll try to see if I can get the problem fixed. Okay, so Sierra 4 is to the right. I think I'm actually gonna go full length on this one and go to Sierra 1. I know I said Sierra 4 before, I apologize. Okay, let's hold short here and make sure we're ready to go. Okay. Okay, parking brake set. Landing lights on. Obviously, I am still very much a noob in some ways with regards to simming, so there's going to be plenty that I'm missing, but I am going to go ahead and turn off my APU because we're under our own power at this point. We're set to go direct to Robbinsville after takeoff, and let me go ahead and check one last thing before taking off. Alright, so there we go. We should be set at this point. Like I said, after takeoff, I'm going to be going to heading 245 and hopefully climbing right up to 5,000. As soon as I'm established to 5,000, or after I'm far enough away from the airport, I'm going to go ahead and start my turn to go direct to Robbinsville and then get to the J62 Vector Airway out of town. So let's go ahead and get lined up with the runway. And let's see where we are. Again, pretty much absolutely nobody coming or going. Let's go ahead and get out there. Okay, so we are lining up, ready to go. Runway 27 left for takeoff. Okay, double check flaps. Flaps are set for takeoff. Instruments are set for takeoff. This is 340. Okay, let's get up there and I'll have more to talk about when I get up in the sky. So, here we go. About 40%. Okay, we're stable. And let's go Toga. Okay, airspeed's alive. $80 knots. Okay, V1 and rotate. Positive rate, gear up. Autopilot and flaps up. And since we've got the juice, sheesh, even with the autopilot controlling airspeed, it took off. Okay, 3,000 feet. And 4,000. Let's go ahead and start a slow turn to 180. And let's go ahead and go to nav mode. Okay, looks like we're established at 5,000 feet and we're turning around to go direct to Robbinsville. Guess you could say a higher altitude pass over the airport and climbing. And ladies and gentlemen from the flight deck, this is your captain speaking. We have get established to climb your cruising altitude for the remainder of our flight. Please remain with your seat belts fastened at this time, and we'll continue our outbound leg. Once we get established with cruise altitude set, we'll come back with some more details about the flight. In the meantime, just sit back and relax, and we'll take care of the flight for you. Inside of Philly airspace and about to be abeam of the airport. Let's go ahead and complete our climb to our cruising altitude, which will most likely be 37,000 feet. Let's see, winds right now are 276 at 18. Try not to climb at more than 2,800 feet per minute for the sake of comfort. Bringing those engines out, look at that and one climb. Nautical miles to Robbinsville before we go direct to Nantucket. Okay, we are above 10,000 feet. Let's go ahead and get those lights turned off. And stretch our legs. The 787 is just jumpy to climb, under power, huge engines. So this thing will get going in a hurry, and I almost always wind up busting speed limits when I come down from altitude to land at an airport. Hopefully we will avoid that tonight. miles to Robbinsville. And we are climbing at a pretty good clip. Let me go ahead and... I'm going to go ahead and adjust my pitch. That should make the climb a little bit faster. Looks like I made a good decision to pitch down for airspeed. I'm gaining airspeed as I climb. This is probably going to be close to optimal climb rate, even though I don't calculate for this stuff. I probably should. I really should, to be honest with you. But I guess I'm having too much fun playing a game. To go, and we are past flight level 180. Altimeter is reset to 992. So at this point, I'm gonna go ahead and not pay too much attention. Looks like we're still climbing out. Down a bunch. They'll have to be up at flight level 370 immediately. That's better. I don't know if this is a problem indicative of any jetliner in general, or just this one specifically. It gets away from itself. The engines get a bit too ambitious, or it's just me. I think it's probably just me with my climb rate. Let's go ahead and transfer to Nantucket and execute. Okay, past flight level 220 and we're gaining speed. 216 nautical miles to go to get to Nantucket, so we got a little bit way to go, so I can turn it off. To anybody watching us tonight on the live stream, or anybody watching us on replay, thank you very much for tuning in. This is DG Driver with my very first ever long-haul flight from Philadelphia to Keflavik, Iceland. I am flying the Tenku Developer Studios Boeing 787-900 series Dreamliner in the American Airlines livery, and we are most definitely on our way. Already past flight level 230 up to an expected flight level 370 cruising altitude. Hopefully I will not encounter too much in the way of headwinds, because I really would like to get to Iceland as fast as possible. I'm going to do my absolute best to make sure this is a real-time flight, but depending on what's going on, or how badly I want to finish the flight tonight, things may go differently. In the meantime, it looks like I'm already experiencing winds from the west-northwest at 67 knots. So hopefully that will not be indicative of the problem of getting there expediently. Setting up basically my max cruise speed right now, and we are almost at flight level 250. So since we're fairly established, let's go ahead and let everybody get comfortable.
Ladies and gentlemen, the captain has turned off the fasten seatbelt sign, indicating that it is safe to move about the cabin. For your own safety though, we request that you keep your seatbelt fastened when you're in your seat during this short flight. We'll start our in-flight beverage service shortly.
And no, this is not a short flight, but that announcement was actually ripped from a Flight Simulator X Acceleration Pack mission. I believe it was the Rome to Naples flight. And even though it's for the quote-unquote short flight, I still like that sound effect. I like the fact that somebody took time to include it, although I'm sure there are more situationally appropriate statements to make. Okay, looking pretty good. Increasing airspeed past 430 knots, and we are past flight level 260 right now. We're a little bit over 190 nautical miles to Nantucket, and it looks like we're about to leave the Jersey coast. Mistaken, Lower Newark Bay is off to our left, and so is JFK International Airport. And no, boys and girls, we will not be stopping there for drinks. I think we're like at 1,200 feet per minute climb rate, and it looks like we're doing a pretty good job of speed. Okay, so hopefully you guys can hear me okay, and it is not too boomy or crummy for audio quality. We've got a little bit to go before we get to Nantucket, so let me go ahead and open up now that we're close to cruising altitude. Last week, I took a break. I flew down to Florida and spent time with family. Did a Disney vacation, had a great time, and I also realized how out of shape I still was. We spent basically the better part of last week vacationing vacationing at the Disney Resort. Stayed at a nice resort hotel, and then we spent, I think, most of our time in the park. The only time that we did not go to a theme park was New Year's Eve when we flew down. We went to go eat dinner at Raglan Road Irish Pub. Absolutely wonderful place to go to. They were celebrating Irish New Year pretty much right as we pulled in, which would have been, 7 p.m. our time. And great atmosphere, great food. I drank fantastic dessert. I had a Guinness. I had Baggers and Mash, and then I had their bread pudding. And I'll tell it to you straight, I had absolutely no problem knocking back the Guinness. I completely polished my plate and ate all of my Baggers and Mash. Had a great time. Only problem was, by the time I got to the bread pudding and I tried to eat it, it was like it basically wrestled me to the ground and made me say uncle. Not because the bread pudding was bad. The bread pudding was quite good. The problem was that at that point I was like, I didn't know that I had reached my limit. So I did get a chance to try some of the bread pudding, and it did taste great. But basically, once I got to the core, it was so good that it was just I'm done. I can't eat another bite. So basically, that was dinner. We spent time with the family, watched the ball drop New Year's Eve, and then went to bed. Yeah, Mrs. Digidriver and I need to figure out how to get back down to Raglan Road Irish Pub at Disney Springs just to get more dessert. It was phenomenal and fantastic. Basically, I can't say much more about dessert. It was really that good. So the next day we woke up and we spent the day, I believe, at the Magic Kingdom. Went on quite a few rides and enjoyed time with family again. That's going to be a theme. And sheesh, what else? Went on a whole bunch of rides, and we had dinner at Liberty Tree Tavern, where they basically kind of give food to you. I guess you could say family style. They keep bringing out entrees and sides to you until you basically, don't want any more. They had a phenomenal pot roast, and their turkey was good. Just a little dry, but hey, there was plenty of gravy to go around, and like I said, everything tasted great. And I think what we had for dinner, for dessert, I think it was more bread pudding. Might be a theme for last week because I think that's what we had as well. But let's see. After that, we spent time. Where did we go after Magic Kingdom? On Monday. On Tuesday. No, I think I know where we went. We went to Downtown Disney for a little bit, and we went through Epcot to do it. I think we got on. I think we got on a monorail and we went down to Downtown Disney, or we did something. Disney Springs, thank you. We spent time at, I think we spent time at Hollywood Studios. Wednesday, got up really early and had a really funny experience happen. So on Wednesday, we were going to do what's called a rope drop experience, which is basically when you get to one of the Disney parks so early that basically the staff walk a rope back so that they regulate the people so they don't, run like crazy, through the theme park to get to where they want to go. But we wound up sleeping in just a little too long. It took us a little too long to get to the bus, so we took like the next bus over. And then basically what happened was, it got to a point where we were like maybe only 5 or 10 minutes past the park opening. When we walked back, I think one of our original intents was to try to board the Flight of Passage ride in the Pandora section of the Animal Kingdom. But the Flight of Passage ride, where you ride on the back of a virtual banshee, it was only 15 minutes after the park opened, and I overheard that the ride was going to take, it was going to be like a 3.5 hour wait. 3.5 hours, 15 minutes after the park opened. So that was definitely not something I was interested in doing. We wound up going on the Navi River journey instead, and we sat down, we took it. The line wasn't that long to get to it, and it was okay. It was nice, lots of black lighting, lots of special effects, but it might have been because of the fact that it was so long from since when that movie came out. But it looked cool. It sounded great. It just didn't take my buttons. Like there are probably people out there that are way more fans of Pandora, and hey, that's you, that's cool. But it didn't seem impressive to me. Like I said, I could have missed something, but not my cup of tea. With that said, after we went on that run, we went on Expedition Everest, which is a great roller coaster. Fantastic experience personally. And we've been on that ride more than a few times. In fact, my family set a record for the number of times we went single rider on that thing in the past. Personal record, not in-park record. Now, with that said, after we got done with those two rides, we really didn't need a reason to be in the park, so we took a bus ride back to our hotel. We literally chilled for a little while, took naps, relaxed, whatever, and then we went to, I think we went to Hollywood Studios. Yeah, we had fast passes for I think one or two experiences, or one of the experiences we were supposed to go to actually did not pan out. It had a technical problem, so we couldn't go on Toy Story Mania. So we swapped the fast pass for a couple of different experiences. Mrs. DigiDriver and I wound up going on Rocket Roller Coaster, the indoor in the dark roller coaster with Aerosmith, and I liked that ride so much. I hadn't been on that ride in quite a while, and when I got on it and I experienced it, it was great. So did that, had dinner, kind of like a surf and turf thing. I had a rum drink, and then we went. I think we went out to Disney Springs again, but we went by way of Epcot, and we took the monorail out. Thursday and Friday we spent the days at Epcot, and we went on within a few experiences, I got to ride in a car test track. Basically, it was just me and the missus, nobody else. I don't know how that happened, but it was a great experience. What's that? Oh, okay, there we go. We were both doing a single rider, and we were, like when you do single rider to get on a ride quickly, they separate you. So basically, there's absolutely no guarantee that you're going to be in the same car with the same kind of time frame as anybody. And single rider could wind up taking, not that much less time than, say, a standby mine. But, we got queued up, and it turned out that we were going to be, in different rows of the same car. And for some reason, somebody was talking, and I'm not sure if it was just that people didn't want to get on the ride, or somebody managed to make it so that we got a car to ourselves. But the next thing I know, we're sitting in a car by ourselves, just the two of us, and we got to experience test track in probably the coolest way we've ever experienced it. And it was a great trip, because like Mrs. DigiDriver is saying, those test track cars seat 6 people. So it wasn't just that 1 or 2 people didn't actually wind up being on the ride. It was that it was just me and her and nobody else. So it was like we got a gift, like a private tour, which was fantastic. Other than that, there were quite a few other rides. We went on Soarin', went through the tour of imagination with Figment, and we toured the World Showcase. We got a lot of walking in. Now, Mrs. DigiDriver couldn't walk because she had a foot injury per se, basically torn Achilles tendon. I don't know if anybody has problems with that, but basically it's going to be like a long-term thing to get over that. But just to basically abbreviate that, she wound up getting a scooter rental, and she was zipping around the theme parks in that. And what makes that funny is that Mr. DigiDriver sometimes had to run to keep up with her, which was kind of hilarious, because she would just be kind of like walking alongside me, and the next thing I know, she kind of takes off running. Not running, but basically, her scooter picked up speed, which made it funny, and it kind of gave me an opportunity to try to get in shape. Now, if you go to the Disney parks and you have a person that's having difficulty getting around and they rent a scooter, basically you can kind of go up to most of the theme park attraction rides and then transfer directly onto the ride itself. Sometimes, though, what happens is you have to get out of your scooter, transfer onto a wheelchair, and then basically go to the ride that way. And it's less than ideal, but it was doable. And I pushed her and just got on the ride and moved on. But all in all, I'd say Disney does need a little bit of help with the queues, or the lines that they've created, for the sake of them actually having enough room to let people go through. It's not that they don't have any room, it's just that it gets tight to maneuver. The scooter rental that we had made it difficult to actually get into certain spaces. other than that, it wasn't difficult at all to get into. It wasn't impossible, rather, to get into certain rides or to do what was necessary. So, oh yeah, food. We talked about some of the food that we ate, and the food in general was actually pretty good. I would say the best dining experience that I had when we were down at Disney was eating at the Japanese restaurant in the Japan Pavilion in Epcot in the World Showcase. The restaurant's name is Teppen Edo, and it's, you know, the kind of it's what you would describe as the typical what is it, hibachi, or, you know, stove side experience where a cook basically, you know, gives you your food as he's cooking it. Alright, let's see, we got about 10 nautical miles to go before we hit Nantucket. After we hit Nantucket, we're going to go direct to Yarmouth, I believe, which is, I think that's Yankee, Quebec, India. Yes. Okay, there we go. Yankee, Quebec, India, for Yarmouth. And activate. And there we go. 235 nautical miles to go before we hit that. Okay, and let me get reconfigured here. Okay, about an hour and 7 minutes into roughly a 5-hour and maybe 20-minute flight to Iceland. Again, my name is DigiDriver. Thanks so much for coming alongside. We are doing an overnight long-haul flight from Philadelphia International Airport to Keflavik, Iceland. I tried to go to Reykjavik, but Reykjavik's runways are way, and I mean way too short for the 787. I mean, if you were in a, you know, out of fuel, you gotta land somewhere where you're gonna crash situation, depending on the pilot's skill, you could probably do that and, you know, go full flaps, you know, auto brake 4, whatever, you know, full spoiler landing, but you would not fly that plane out. You would have to disassemble the plane. But otherwise, let's see. Can I see anything from up here? Established flight level 370 and set at just about max cruising speed. So in terms of altitude and airspeed, we're pretty much established. We've been cruising now for probably about the past 35 minutes, I think. So we're well on our way. Yeah, but like I said, in terms of experience, if you're a kid at heart, or if you're traveling with family and you guys want to experience time together in like a theme park environment, and you've got deep pockets, I would probably say Walt Disney World is like the textbook fairy tale experience. I would not recommend Disney to anyone is not interested in like an all-in, on property experience where like you go to theme parks with extremely well-defined characters, and where you pay a good chunk of change for a quality experience. Like there are plenty of other theme parks that are seasonal, that provide I don't know if you could say a more cost-effective experience, but from my perspective, I'm a goofball. I'm probably going to be a kid at heart for pretty much ever. So personally, it's just like a no-brainer for me. I like going there. Are there things that I could probably have changed about the experience? Oh yeah. I mean, it would have been better to have had the theme park have, way more control, way more, I don't know, flexibility in how it did certain things. But, like you can look back on it now and just, make your comments or make your case. But in terms of, the experience overall, I'm just, I'm happy that we got to do what we got to do. So I'm not going to complain, because I flew down there and had a wonderful stay. Stayed in a great hotel room. got plenty of good and tired sleep, because we did a lot of walking, like I said. And it's interesting, I got a chance to sample. Some pretty good food. And I got a chance to sample a few of their drinks. So I got a chance to sample things like Guinness. I tried I think I tried Sam Adams Boston Ale. I had, where was it that we ate then? I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I actually sampled some sake, and then I think the last night we were there, I tried a Bavarian beer. So I got a chance to try, kind of like an interesting, like a different palette of beverages. And the food from Tepanita was probably the best food that I had the entire experience. The way they make their chicken and steak, right there in front of you, along with the zucchini and the rice, was some of the best stuff I've had. And with the break that I had from doing things like software development and mostly flight simming, I got a chance to really just kind of like refresh my curiosity and think about the way that I wanted to attack this year. So, I mean, here you go. Like I'm doing my first ever long-haul flight to Iceland. That was something that I talked about doing probably for months, if not for like a year and a half, but I never did it. So here I am, basically an hour and 15 minutes into this live stream, and we are flying from Philadelphia to Keflavik. Keflavik, Iceland, in a 787 in Flight Simulator Extreme Edition on the FS Cloud network. And if I timed my departure correctly, what will happen is that we'll see sunrise, and we will be in with enough time to land in Keflavik while it's light out. I know that the light, doesn't come in that long at all. So hopefully I'll be able to actually see something. I also installed some demo scenery from Orbex for Iceland itself, so we will be able to see that when we actually land over there. Let me think. Right now, where are we? Let's see, we're way out from Massachusetts and New Hampshire, and we're, several dozen miles, if not a couple hundred miles off the coast of Maine. And we are going to be flying over, I think we're going to be flying over Nova Scotia shortly, probably in the next, maybe 20 minutes, I think. So there we go. Pretty much nice, quiet flight. If I had a first officer, I'd probably be chatting them up for just the next leg or checkpoints or stuff like that. But this is a default cockpit. This is a default virtual cockpit from 737 airplanes. Not much going on right now. A little bit over 125 nautical miles from the coast of Nova Scotia. Okay, 1 hour, 20 minutes into probably about a 5-hour and 20-minute flight from Philadelphia to Keflavik, Iceland. This is DigiDriver, and if you're watching live or if you're watching on the replay, thanks so much for coming along. We are in the Tenku Developers Studio Boeing 787-900 series Dreamliner with American Airlines livery. And we are established, I believe, at flight level 370. Pretty much maxed out on cruise speed. And I think we've got maybe just the slightest bit of tailwind working in our favor. So we are just off the coast of Nova Scotia. We're going to be making a slight left turn once we get there. Then we're going to cut up through the easternmost portions of Canada and get ready to fly over the northern portion of the Atlantic Ocean, just below Greenland, I think, to get to Iceland. Now, the gamble here was the departure time. We departed sometime around, I think, 3:15 a.m. simulated time. So, if we time this right, what should happen is that I should at some point see sunrise, and we should see the place that we're going to land into. Now, of course, we have ILS so that we can land in inclement weather, so I'm not necessarily concerned about having to turn us off to daylight by force, but hopefully there's enough intelligence in FSX so that we can, do things like mind the time zones and see stuff, see appropriate stuff, so we don't land in the dark. Which leads me to my next point. I have enjoyed using FSX Simulation for quite some time, but I think there is a strong possibility that I will be beginning to indulge in a new simulator platform that many of you know as X-Plane. I recently had the opportunity to purchase X-Plane and gave it a shot. Now, predictably, on my Surface Pro 3, it's basically taxing it to its limits because there are plenty of system requirements that you really need to have in order to enjoy playing X-Plane, and I right now do not have them. So, I would say that me playing X-Plane on the Surface Pro 3 is probably not going to be wise, although it is technically possible to do. I literally did that just a little while ago. I'm going to go ahead and go off on doing that further until I build a better rig for it. And hopefully, most anything that I build between $500 to $1,500 will be able to handle stuff like X-Plane well. I don't see a reason why even the basest custom build shouldn't be able to handle it, assuming that we have, some kind of mid to upper level graphics card and the right amount of RAM. But I just got to a point where I think I'm starting to experience the limits of what the scenery engine can do, and I think there's a possibility, there's a probability that I'll still keep playing FSX, into me owning a new rig. But by the same token, I'd like to learn more about and use X-Plane a little bit more, if not way more, for the purpose of doing things like giving me a more realistic flight experience. Also, since I'm interested in actually becoming a pilot in real life, I'm wondering if having X-Plane as an environment, as a tool, is going to encourage me to I guess, well, jovially encourage me to fly more in real life, but also if it's going to be beneficial for my training. Naturally, nobody is going to be able to, for lack of a better phrase, find something perfect that's going to help them succeed, but in a real world experience. But I mean, as far as I can tell, simulators like Prepared and X-Plane are probably like, the new guard of realism. I think FSX Steam Edition is as well to an extent, but for the sake of training and education, the big brother of FSX Steam Edition is definitely going to be Prepared, because they continue to work on iterating newer versions of the product. Although I'll be more than happy to continue using FSX Steam Edition right now for the sake of basically doing these flights and enjoying time in the air. Speaking of which, we're still holding to probably about a 40 some odd knot tailwind. Take a look. Seven nautical miles away from Yarmouth. Yarmouth. I think it was Yarmouth. And we are almost there. Yes, Yarmouth. Okay, and I think we just crossed over into airspace, or I guess, for lack of a better phrase, northeastern Canada's airspace. And if I was on one of the biggies like IVAO or VATSIM, and somebody was on, I'd probably interface with their center at that point. Getting to that point in the flight where I am beginning to feel the lateness a little bit. So, let's see. 11:37. So, what? 11:23. I would probably say I've got another like a good solid 3.5 hours to go. Zoom in, see if I see anything particularly interesting. And not much. But let me go ahead and see if I have the next waypoint. It would be really useful if I did. I do not. So I'm going to have to make sure that I track way better once I get to that point. Okay, less than 30 nautical miles at this point from Yarmouth. And I hope that you guys are having a good night, or that you had a good weekend this weekend. I am once again DG Driver, and you are watching a overnight long haul live stream from Philadelphia to Keflavik, Iceland. I am in the Tech2 Developer Studio 787-900 series Boeing Dreamliner, and this is the American Airlines livery, although unfortunately I'm not sure if it's because I'm doing it incorrectly or because the lights don't want to work, but the tail logo light is not working on the flight on the plane's model, so maybe I'm doing something wrong. But with that said, I am roughly an hour and a half into our flight, and I've probably got 3.5 hours to go solid, unless I hit, an even better tailwind on the way up. I've got probably about like a 43 knot tailwind right now, and I've got Mrs. DigiDriver and my very first officer here, one of my 2 cats with me. Actually, I've got both cats with. One sleeping at my feet and the other one's right here. The other one likes to sit up with me whenever I do sim flights, and she'll typically be along for, I think, like the cruise portion of the flight and landing. I don't know, for some reason she usually likes to be around for me to land a plane. So, I'm not sure if it's a cat thing or not, but I'm cool. Okay, so we've got 9 nautical miles to go, and I'm more or less going to be headed in the same direction that I'm going in right now. So I'll switch over to heading track once I get to 5 nautical miles, and that's about right now. So switch from localizer mode to heading, and there we go. Now, some of you may be wondering how I can actually do this to navigate successfully from where I am to where I need to be using, default instruments or default plugins. And the reason why I can do it is because I use Navgraph charts, and Navgraph charts let me actually not only create flight plans with some degree of adherence to the typical flight plans that are used by actual remote pilots, but I can also use their moving map app to see where I am in those maps and to see whether or not I'm actually getting to where I need to be. So I'm still tracking pretty well on the way to the UMSC waypoint, and let me see, I may be about to reach the halfway point. Okay, never mind. UMSC is probably about the halfway point, or close to halfway. I think when I get to maybe 100 nautical miles out from there will be the halfway point for the flight. Well, I certainly hope that pilots have comfortable sleeping arrangements on very long overnight flights, because in terms of flying, I can't imagine someone actually being able to pilot a plane for like the full, 12, 16, 19 hours that somebody's actually in the air piloting a craft. Matter of fact, if you're a pilot and you've flown overnight or long-term flights, hit me up, whether by watching the replay or by by replying during my live. Let me know what, as with as much detail as you can spare, what the typical overnight or long-haul flight procedure is. Because I'd be curious to know. Okay, already 26 nautical miles out from the Yarmouth waypoint. So I'd say at this point I don't read that screen anymore. So let me think. Right now, it would be roughly 12:46 a.m. in Nova Scotia, unless Nova Scotia has more than one time zone. But I think their Atlantic time, at least Halifax would be. So it's almost 1 in the morning there. Trying to plan a flight through here turned out to be a little bit more annoying than I wanted it to be. I'm also realizing I'm flagrantly out of bounds with regards to, I think, what the max, what the ceiling is for altitude on these flights. I think all these jetways that I'm crisscrossing have, I think, either a minimum or a maximum altitude requirement, and I think it's a maximum altitude requirement of flight level 290, and as you can tell, I am definitely way over that limitation. But considering how it's my first flight to Keflavik, and how it's not on one of the, I guess, more controlled networks, I'm going to go ahead and give myself a mulligan on this one because it's my first long haul, and it's at night, and it's already wearing on me. So, definitely want to make sure I said thank you again to the folks that are watching live or watching on the replay. This is a long-haul flight from Philadelphia to Keflavik, Iceland. My very first. I hope to be able to arrive there in enough time to be able to see sunlight of some kind, of any kind. I'm not sure if there's going to be sunlight that I'll be able to see because, I don't know, there may be some limitation with regards to how FSX Steam Edition handles time zones and how it handles displaying appropriate sunlight or darkness. I would imagine they would be able to do a fairly decent job. But again, I could be wrong. Still tracking fairly well, and just waiting for the sim to catch up. Nova Scotia on the way from Philadelphia to Keflavik, Iceland. Right now I am sitting at cruise altitude at roughly flight level 370, and we are pretty much maxed out for indicated, or I'm sorry, not indicated, true airspeed. Ground speed right now is roughly 548 knots. So we've still got a 39 knot tailwind right now. Hopefully we still keep a tailwind. I think I don't want to get to Iceland not too quickly, but definitely don't want it to take longer than the amount of time that I indicated, or not indicated, but planned for. Otherwise, I may have to do something drastic, like speed up the time to make sure I actually land. But I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. Coming along at a pretty good clip. Nova Scotia's pretty long, but I'll definitely also have to fly over Newfoundland, St. John's to get out of Canada and then basically hit the ocean. That's going to be like the last major area we go through before we actually have to line up with the arrival for Keflavik. Myself some coffee. See if I can stay awake for a little bit longer. Let me go ahead and do that, guys. I'll be right back. God willing. session where I promptly consumed a bunch of Christmas treats, which were strategically saved from the past days, few weeks, I should say. Turns out some candy tastes, some chocolate, or some Christmas candy tastes even better when you let it go for a little while and it gets to kind of like stale state. I don't know if you guys do that. Like some people actually, create or consume certain kinds of things that are in some ways, quote unquote, past their prime. In my family, there's a kind of like unspoken tradition that certain cookies, like sugar cookies, taste even better when they've gone stale, because like they don't have necessarily as much bounce or snap as they would normally have when you initially ate them or consume them. Like like chocolate chip cookies. Like I guess depending on who makes them, where you eat them, they might be soft or they might actually be like really crunchy. But as a matter of fact, I think certain cultures, like in my culture, you actually have people that create desserts based on ingredients which have gone bad or gone sour or are prepared or used in different ways. Meanwhile, I sip coffee. But here we go. Let me just make it official. So, let's see how far off the mark we are, and if we have to course correct. Okay, alright, we're actually not that far off. Looks like the wind shifted us to the left of our path, so let's go ahead and start like a 15-degree turn to the right to get right back on path. Not doing too shabby. Otherwise, let's see how far off the mark we are. Wow, we're actually flying over. We're just about coming into Newfoundland, St. John's. So we are now reaching just about the furthest point that I've flown to the east. And it seems that I am flirting with hitting my max limit here, so let me slow the airspeed down to 500 knots. That should bring us down a little bit without giving up too much airspeed. I got a good tailwind going. This is great. I like this. Thank you, Lord. Okay, so like I said, Newfoundland is the last Canadian province that we're going to get to, and then we're going to hit oceanic airspace. So, UMESI or something like that is Uniform Mike Echo Sierra India. That's the last literal waypoint that we're going to hit before we actually begin the Eldis 2H arrival, or Eldis 2 hotel arrival. Echo Lima Delta India 2 Hotel, which is the code for the arrival into Keflavik. I have a feeling the oceanic part of the trip is going to be where just, I don't know, but the biggest test of boredom fighting comes into except for the panel lighting. And I am sipping coffee. Café Bustelo, for those that are curious. Nice dark roast. Okay, so hopefully that'll keep me happy and Adam before I run out of juice there. Check-in. Right now, I am in Newfoundland, flying over Newfoundland at probably about 499 miles an hour, and it looks like I might need to give it a little bit more gas. We are probably some 30 to 40% done with our flight to Keflavik. And I started or took off, I set a simulator time of about 2:45 in the morning, and I think we took off around 3:15 to get to Keflavik somewhere in the vicinity of 12 noon to like say 1, which is when I tried to plan for daylight. Theoretically speaking, that's the plan, and hopefully that will produce a lit atmosphere so that we can actually see the Orbex Iceland demo scenery that I downloaded specifically for this flight. Otherwise, I might just change the time to day or just land at night, which I've done before. But definitely appreciate anyone watching live right now. I am well on my way to Iceland, and as you can tell, we are flying over Newfoundland. The last time I flew up here, I think I flew to St. John's, which will probably be, I think, on the southeastern tip, relatively speaking. But I am about to basically get out of Canadian airspace and go into oceanic airspace, and it will represent the furthest I've flown in real time from any specific point anywhere. This will literally be the furthest that I've flown in one consecutive session without actually speeding up time, which is honestly pretty cool. No additional, stories of import with regards to Disney. If you guys were around earlier, I was actually retelling the story of the trip I took last week with family and Mrs. Digidriver to Disney World. We spent a wonderful time with family there, took in lots of sights, and went on many cool rides. One of my favorite rides there that we go to pretty much perennially, visit after visit, is Spaceship Earth. And Spaceship Earth is inside of the the famous Epcot ball. Basically, Spaceship Earth is where you go up and you see what they recorded as like the history of like progress and technological advances and advances that we've made in terms of going places and doing things. Oh man, that's fantastic. Mrs. DigiDriver just showed me some artwork she was working on. Sorry about that. I don't know if very many of you actually color, but color and coloring books as a whole, I've seen in general gain more favor or sway. I think over the past probably couple of years. I mean, like coloring books is a thing that exists, I know, but adults or grown-ups doing coloring books, I think has become like a trend. I'd probably say more of a trend than maybe might have been given credit for in the past. It's kind of like, connect the dots or something, or paint by number. You get this feeling of accomplishment, being able to put stuff together. I tried to, to chill and to not think about stuff. And to be honest, I didn't have trouble disconnecting from work stuffs while I was away on vacay. I still have a few days of downtime before I return, and that's one of the, I guess you could say, life hacks that I accomplished this trip that I like. We went away, we came back. The idea of being able to go away on vacay and have a few days to decompress, it's important because then you're not going to come into work immediately after that feeling a bit fried from any trip that might have otherwise sapped you of energy. And I'm not sure if this is just an issue with resort or theme park trips in general. I mean, I just flew hours. There are some people that go to a place like Disney World and fly from halfway from somewhere else, from the northern or southern hemisphere, from Europe, from Australia. So, I can't even imagine being in an airplane for that long. I think the longest that I was ever in an airplane for on a flight was probably about 4.5 to 5.5 hours. So, hats off to you if you travel for business or for pleasure and you go more than 5.5, 6, 8, 10 hours at a clip inside of an airplane. It's something. So it's amazing that we can actually have the ability to do stuff like that and to go places that far, and that our worlds are that much connected. let's check. We are not that far from the edge of Newfoundland, and just need to do some course correcting. Checking my moving map, we've probably got about 15 minutes before we get to the shore, the northern shore, or not the extreme northern shore of Newfoundland, and then maybe another 20 to 25 minutes before we hit the border for Canadian airspace and get into oceanic airspace. That's when the last real major leg is going to happen. I'd probably say it's like almost 3 in the morning in St. John's, and I think it's just time zone difference there, so I think it's gonna be what, 5, 6 in the morning in Iceland right now. What I call the heading bug shuffle, because I don't have all the required nav aids to be able to use an FMC appropriately. This plane does come with an FMC, but it only works with Flight Simulator X flight plans. So, in terms of where we are, the closest thing that I'm close to is either the November 407 Alpha or November 405 Alpha Vector Airways flying out of Newfoundland. And I think people are going to, not people, flight paths are going to begin to merge at specific points on the map. Okay, let's turn in. Alright. Hopefully that settles my heading bug shuffle for a little bit. If you've come in live, or if you're watching this on replay, I am doing a long-haul flight from Philadelphia to Keflavik, Iceland, in the Tenku Developer Studios Boeing 787-900 series Dreamliner in the American Airlines paint scheme or livery. And I am at flight level 370 at a ground speed of almost 600 knots, which is essentially the ideal. I wanted to be at this speed to be able to cover as much ground as possible. So we got like roughly 100 knot headwind, tailwind behind us, which is great. Just need to tweak my heading a little bit to stay on course. Okay, you guys get a little bit of silence while I check my position. What some might call telemetry with FS Cloud. Okay. Right. Looks like there is a SAS flight flying over the ocean right now in FS Cloud. And again, I'm DigiDriver, so I'm on my way out of Canadian airspace. There's not going to be a factor there. And adjust some more. And I hope that wherever you guys are right now, that you are having a good night or day. I flew a simulated departure time of, I think, somewhere between 3 to 3:15 in the morning in Philadelphia to see if I could land in Keflavik during the daytime. And wait a minute, the phone. I think I'm beginning to see signs of light. I wasn't able to see clouds that well before, now I am. Oh my gosh, guys. This might be it. I may actually catch sunrise over the Atlantic Ocean. Either that or that's the Milky Way. That could be the Milky Way. Oh my gosh, this is fantastic. Oh man, it's so cool. So before, I was having difficulty seeing like pretty much anything of this plane in the darkness. And now you can start to pick out details. Yeah, I think I'm gonna see sunrise in like the next half an hour. So cool. So it's either gonna be like right in front of me or just off to the side. It really doesn't matter to me because I'll just see it. Yeah, so it's probably gonna come from that direction. Oh my gosh, I don't know why I'm geeking out so badly right now, but I don't care. Like this is one of the reasons why I like flight simulators so much, especially FSX. I mean, I would imagine X-Plane probably does this about 3 times better, but I'll take what I can get right now. We are just off the northern coast of Newfoundland, and we are on our way to the Umesi waypoint. Uniform Mike, Echo Sierra, India. And I imbibed a whole bunch of coffee a little while ago. So I am on key for a, lack of a better phrase, alert hour or 2. But as you can tell, it's getting brighter and brighter outside. Previously we couldn't see anything. So yeah, I definitely see an improvement. morning. My name is Digi Driver, and you are watching an overnight long-haul flight from Philadelphia to Keflavik, Iceland. And it looks like we're about to actually have sunrise soon. And it looks like FS Cloud is reminding me that I am, in some ways, quote-unquote, speeding. That must be why, because I'm going way faster than 530. My ground speed is over 600 knots, which is perfect for me. Alongside me tonight, I have the beautiful Mrs. Digi Driver. She is doing some art, and let's take a look outside and see if it got any brighter. Oh, look at this. Kind of looks like an art painting right now, and if this serves, I think sunrise will be over my right wing. So right in this direction. So the sun's probably going to pop up right over there. I'd say we're a good 20 minutes away from hitting the halfway point for the flight. And so far, so good. Chunk of you guys might be asleep right now. That's okay. I did say it was going to be a late night stream, so it's entirely possible some of you guys checked out for the night. The flight to Iceland usually, I think, departs from most airports around 9 p.m. We simulated a roughly 3 in the morning departure, because I wanted to be in a spot where I landed during the daytime in Iceland, and it looks like, based on what I'm seeing off my 2 o'clock, the sun's going to come out over here. We're going to have a beautiful sunrise over the sea. Zoom in and make sure that I'm on the course here, and just keep correcting. First waypoint for the eldest 2H arrival into Keflavik. Of course, that's deceptive because the waypoints that I've hit have been like 100 to 200 to maybe 400 nautical miles apart. This one's going to be, I think, like the longest section. Some information. Alright, let me go ahead and see if I can snap a pic of this. Still looking good, but it's looking brighter and brighter outside. Let's double check where we are. Okay. Let me double check the flight plan and see what the next waypoint's going to be. It's literally going to be Eldis, Echo Lima Delta in India, Sierra. Alright, let's see if I can punch in direct to Eldis and get back on a localizer. Localized. What is that? No. Localizer autopilot. Okay, so, yeah. The answer would officially be no. And that's okay. Out there, the more I'm looking forward to the sunrise, and I was right. It is going to be coming up just off my right wing. So now, I'm crossing over into oceanic airspace for the first time ever. This is the very first time I've ever gotten this far flying in one consecutive sitting from the States. This is going to be the first overseas flight that I actually complete. God willing, I actually land this thing. And right now I have my cockpit view slanted this way so I can see the sun come up. Great for fuel. I mean, this thing could probably go direct to, what, Frankfurt, sun should come up just over the horizon here. Passenger airline captain interrupts people that are sleeping and says, hey guys, look, the sun's about to rise. I don't know. They might not. But we are almost at the 3-hour mark streaming consecutively since we've gotten started. And if you're watching live, watching on replay, thank you so much for watching. This is DigiDriver alongside Mrs. DigiDriver. We are flying from Philadelphia to Keflavik, Iceland in the American Airlines Boeing 787-900 series Dreamliner from Tenku Developer Studios. And right now we are, I would say, officially in international waters. I am officially northeast of Newfoundland, Canada, or at least east of it, and I am probably some maybe 400, 500 nautical miles south of Greenland, on my way to Keflavik, Iceland. And I'm still roughly 597, 598 knots. So I've got a great tailwind right now, and I hope that keeps up the entire journey. I look forward to landing in Keflavik and taking in some of the scenery and going to sleep and doing some more fun stuff tomorrow. So far this flight's been pretty great for flight time, and it looks like we're going to get some good sunrise photo ops in. Specific heading ever since I stopped being able to navigate by Navaid once I crossed into Nova Scotia. Not because there aren't any Navaids, but because my Navaid database works with add-on products, but it doesn't work with default FSX aircraft. And that may be one of the reasons why I'm looking at new simulators, or specifically why I purchased a new simulator today. Actually got my hands on X-Plane, and I have version 11. I think I have version 11.3, and I'm going to be trying to use that once I upgrade to a more potent simulator rig. I'm going to try to build one custom, or try to get a pre-made one for a relatively cheap price. But right now, I certainly don't have the money for that, and I am not concerned. Right now, I'm just looking forward to getting to my destination. in Sea Greenland right now, so... Okay. Let's take a look outside again. Prettier and prettier out there. It's great. This is what sunrise looks like at flight level 370. I can't even imagine. So the sunrise will come up right over the fuselage. The sun has not poked out just yet. Man, cue the airline commercial music, because this is a beautiful vista. Those cirrus clouds are, because they don't even look like that touchable. Probably like flight level 480 or higher. Whatever the case may be, I know we're clearing around. Still on course, still doing pretty good. Spread out over the ocean, of which I don't think I'm hitting any. And just want to take a moment to give a shout out to my beautiful bride, Mrs. DigiDriver, staying up with me, coloring and working on just making this year wonderful. I feel bad because her leg hurts. She has a torn Achilles tendon, and she's had to wear a cast for some time. No, I'm sorry, not a cast, a boot for some time, and unfortunately, it's not healing anywhere near as quickly as anyone would like. I'd like her to feel better, of course, and I'm praying that God allows that to happen in short order. But in the meantime, you know, I have the privilege of being alongside her as she stays up and does stuff. Like I said, I have a couple of days left to be able to spend time with her before I go back to work, so taking advantage. I have one of our two cats sleeping. Let's see, how far along am I right now? I'm over oceanic airspace right now. And I would say I'm roughly halfway through the trip. I have been streaming for about 3 hours officially and 2 on 787-900 series Dreamliner from Philadelphia to Keflavik, Iceland. And it's been a little while now. The sun is just about to come up over the horizon, and we are flight level 370 right now. I think those are low-lying clouds. We've got some cirrus clouds, probably flight level 480 or higher, and the sky looks absolutely beautiful. The 787's wearing the American colors very nicely. God willing, every single flight out there, flying to far off destinations, makes it to where it needs to go safely. That's what I hope happens for every single person flying. If the past few weeks have taught me anything, it's to really value every single connection I make. Actually, something interesting happened while I was down in Florida on vacation. I was coming in. We were coming back from, I think, Epcot or Hollywood Studios, and we got on one of the Disney buses, and it was packed all the way back to our resort hotel. And unfortunately, there was a mom who was holding a baby or holding a toddler, and she was just kind of spent. So I overheard her complain about how nobody was giving up their seat. So I wanted to step up and say, hey, I have a seat available if you'd like to sit down. So she was fine, but she wanted to have a seat for her child to sit down. So they took it, and they were grateful, and I was able to strike up a conversation with them. And as I was getting off the bus, her older daughter ran out and gave me a Play It Forward card, and on the card there was something that said, give this to the first person that makes you smile, and that was a humbling thing. I found myself touched that somebody would actually share a bit of their world with us. Last year, my goal for 2018 was to live intentionally, to basically, pursue life and to live it on purpose. This year, I don't want to make like a resolution or anything like that. I want to connect with people and to really, really value getting to speak to people and to grow and to appreciate having other people around me. I really want to do that. I really want to benefit from the experience and from the fellowship of others, and just appreciate people more. Start with my family and then go on from there to appreciate being with people and just encourage people in general. I've had to say goodbye to a couple of very, of people that were close to me, and it helps you reframe your expectations, because I don't know when God's punching my ticket, but with that in mind, I want to appreciate, every sunrise I get, every opportunity that I get to connect with others. I don't want to take life for granted anymore, and I'm not afraid to admit that it's easy to just say, oh, you know, I'm going to connect with every single person I know. No. You're probably going to have some apprehension, or you're not going to be sure who it is that you can actually talk to. But to a certain extent, you just don't know until you actually try. So, my hope and my sincere prayer for you guys, whether you're watching this live or watching this on replay, my prayer is that your 2019 is an utterly blessed and amazing experience. So we definitely have our boots in the Gander Oceanic airspace. We have gone roughly 870 nautical miles out from the Yarmouth waypoint, Yarmouth VOR, and I believe off to my 10 o'clock somewhere out there is Greenland. Meanwhile, the sun is coming up over the east somewhere, and we're at flight level 370 at about 594 knots. Got this beautiful, glorious tailwind getting us to our destination, and I can't stop looking at that sunrise. It's a wonderful thing. So let me see. Local time in Keflavik, Iceland is 6:17 a.m. Or sorry, Reykjanesbær, Iceland. And I think they are in, I think like UTC or Greenwich Mean Time. Excuse me. So they're if you were living in like Central or Eastern Time, it would be 6 or 5 hours ahead, respectively. And right now we're doing a pretty good job of tracking to the arrival point. The only tricky thing is going to be making sure that we descend and do all the things before we land. Not too much going on out there. I'm probably going to begin timing my descent for arrival once I cross past Gander Oceanic airspace into Reykjavik. Trying to find altitude restrictions. Fortunately, restriction doesn't really begin until I get maybe 20 nautical miles out from Eldis, so I will be able to time it to be at flight level, maybe 250 when I cross that waypoint. And I'd say at this point we are officially halfway between. It's kind of crazy. In Iceland with some nice back scenery. Only thing, of course, is that this will likely be non-winter-esque scenery, so I expect it's a little more spring-like, but I don't necessarily see that as a problem. Meanwhile, the sun continues to rise. The sky looks great. These are sky textures from Rex Texture Direct. Still on track. Not much that needs to happen in the next, I guess, 1,000 nautical miles? Because I'm almost 1,000 nautical miles away from Yarmouth. How long? Yeah, probably something like that. Has anyone actually been to Iceland in real life? If anyone watching this has been, feel free to comment down below and let me know what your thoughts were on going to the country. Because I have never been, and I've been curious about it. Although, to be honest, I don't know if I actually, will ever have the opportunity to do that. I might. I have an audacious goal, or a big dream of becoming a private pilot and being type rated in a business jet. Although I'd probably say the only way that I think I'd be able to get there with a business jet would be in, like, say, a Learjet 60, or like a Gulfstream 5 or Gulfstream 6, because those are the ones that are transcontinental, the ones that are capable of the long distances that most airliners are capable of. I mean, even if you had, say, like 30 million for or an Embraer like 175 or 190, I don't know if their range would be suitable enough for you to actually go long distances in them. You probably really would need an A320 or an A321 to be able to try to get to Iceland from a place like, say, Boston. And I'm a fan of the Boeing 757s of old. Those things were basically, the Corvettes of the sky. Nowadays you have things like the 787, the 777, even still people using 67s, and some companies using 747s. And then of course you have the Airbus 330s, 340s, 350s, and 380s. So, definitely at the halfway point. And airspeed set for 505 knots. Roughly 80 knot tailwind. Looking pretty good. Still got plenty of fuel. This guy's looking pretty beautiful right now. Out here, although admittedly the quality of the stream may not be perfect. I'm thinking that the stream quality might be, will be lower than what plenty of other people stream at right now, but I value smoothness over rendering quality right now. Almost 3 hours and 20 minutes into tonight's stream. This is DigiDriver thanking you for coming along and looking live or watching on the replay. We are flying from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania to Keflavik, Iceland. And we have been at it for a good solid, probably 3 hours or so ever since takeoff. I think that only took off around the 30-minute mark or something like that, I forget. But we've been in the air for a good solid chunk of time. fact, I think at this point we're a little over halfway. So, what time is it right now? It's possible we might make Keflavik in less than 2 hours at this point. But I don't know. I guess I'll have to wait and see. Pretty good for flight path. I go ahead and pop on one of my other pursuits right now. App called Motor World. Which is an Android and I think iPhone app. And I'm describing to people this Android app that I've had for a while. If you like building things, there are apps you can play that let you do that. I'm playing one that's been around for a while called Motor World, where you basically are like your own car manufacturing company. You sell the cars you make. You have to manage your reputation, and they have things like news and events. Flight plan. Okay, looking pretty good. And it looks like there's even more detail coming out. I can see more cloud cover. about 69 knots. Not as much of a tailwind as before. So now I've got more of an idea of the cloud cover. I can see that there are lots of clouds over the ocean right now. I'd probably say I've got another hour before I need to start thinking about descent. And it looks like we've got enough sunlight out that the, I guess, threshold for panel lighting has been passed. Which is okay, it means we're making progress. Checking the flight. We are definitely more than halfway through. And I'd probably say we have another good 2 hours before we're done. Although, if the winds improve like they did at one point, we'll probably be able to sneak in there in maybe an hour and a half. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, It is I, DigiDriver, thanking you for coming alongside. We are roughly 3.5 hours in to an overnight long-haul flight from Philadelphia to Keflavik, Iceland, in the Tenku Developers Studio Boeing 787-900 series in the American Airlines livery. We took off roughly somewhere between, I think, 2.5 and 3 hours ago, and we are en route to Keflavik right now. We have been probably over oceanic waters since probably about an hour or so ago, maybe a little bit more. But we are en route, and hopefully we'll be able to get into Keflavik before long. So the sun came up maybe about, I'm gonna say what, like 45, 50 minutes ago? And it was so cool to know that the sun was actually gonna come out. Hopefully I will continue to have sunlight for my arrival into Keflavik. Initially I tried to fly to Reykjavik, but their airport's runways were way too short. Probably roughly like half the size that I need to land a 787 into. That's not gonna fly, even under ideal conditions. Let's see. Let's take a swig of some seltzer water while you guys admire the view. So we are due south of Greenland right now. I'd probably say in another 45 minutes to an hour, we're going to start planning for our descent into Keflavik. And right now, that's going to be the Eldest 2H arrival, or basically Echo Lima Delta India 2 Hotel. That's the symbol for the arrival into Keflavik Airport, which I believe is Bravo India. Is it Bravo India Foxtrot Kilo? Let me see. What is it? Yes, Bravo India Kilo Foxtrot. Forward, and I'd definitely say one of the last, almost the last third of the flight. Lots of cloud cover. props to the folks that make the FSX WX weather rendering engine. I didn't even realize that the default Jefferson weather engine that gets made in FSX Steam Edition is not I guess you can call it an accurate depiction of what real-time weather is. Okay, so we are definitely on the way in terms of daylight. Hopefully, it won't go crazy dark before we land. Sunlight, I think, is a bit finicky at this time of year up north. But we'll see. Still flying, still grinding. And now we're passing off to the right of the southernmost point of Greenland. So given the cloud cover, I don't think you're going to see anything down there. I don't think you're going to. See the tops of those clouds are around maybe at best 1,500, but that's just the pure shot in the dark guess. We've been flying now on stream for almost 3 hours and 40 minutes, and we are directed to the Elvis 2H arrival to hotel arrival. Elvis 2 hotel arrival, Elvis 2H arrival. Since early in the simulated morning. Still have roughly a 60 knot tailwind, which will hopefully persist. clouds. I don't have the cloud textures replaced, just the sky textures. These are beautiful, beautiful enhancements to FSX Steam Edition, and probably the same for P3D, although P3D is probably going to have some better, way better default textures. Still fairly on our way here, and I think we're almost entering the final third of the stretch for the flight into Keflavik, Iceland. Making good on something I said I was going to do, which is fly from the States to Iceland. Iceland. Let me double check what the METAR says for Keflavik. Let's see if I have it. So, winds 310 at 21 knots. QNH 1013. So, where do we change the barometric reading? That calibrates it. That calibrates decision height. Pointer 1. F is display mode. And display scale, that's probably zoom. So NDBs, VORs, display airports, waypoints. So let's see. Panel switch. at this point as well. So if you're watching live, thank you very much. And if you're watching on replay, appreciate your patronage as well. This is DG Driver flying from Philadelphia to Keflavik, Iceland. And the sun has definitely come out. It's getting brighter. I don't know how long it'll stay out this rate. Just messing around with the display, trying to see if I can make this be useful. Has a bunch of altitude restrictions and then a final airspeed restriction when I get to the Olgas waypoint right on Iceland. So the ILS for runway 28 is going to be 108.5, 108.5. Let's go ahead and tune that. If I can find the radio. There we go, 108.5. Set both my radios. Let's go to 285 for the course. so the ILS is set. Still doing okay. Got roughly maybe an hour to an hour and a half left before we're on the ground at Keflavik. And the sky is looking beautiful outside. Let's take a look. Lots of clouds. Definitely on the third or fourth of the flight. We're going to be exiting oceanic airspace south of Greenland in a bit, and we should be close to beginning our descent into Keflavik in the next 15 to 20 minutes. We are at flight level 370, and probably still at least with a well, close to 60 knot tailwind. Nice and cloudy out there. Assuming it's going to be an overcast landing into Keflavik unless it clears up before we land. Assuming that the visibility on those clouds is probably 100 nautical miles, I think there's a chance it's going to be overcast. But the weather could clear up. Don't know. With that said, for those guys watching on the replay, or those guys still watching live, really appreciate your patronage. We have been flying all this time from Philadelphia to Keflavik, Iceland in the Tengu Developer Studio, Boeing 787-900 series Dreamliner in the American Airlines livery. I am DigiDriver alongside my beautiful Mrs. DigiDriver. We are still flying at flight level 370 and will probably transition out of that airspace, out of that flight level as soon as we cross over into Reykjavik airspace. Shifting. Airspeed's looking pretty good. Still got plenty of fuel. Airspeed's good. Flight level's good. Fuel level's still good. Oddly enough, my one ear feels like it wants to pop. Maybe the simulator is as real as it gets. Old joke. We are probably just maybe 10 or 20 miles from the oceanic airspace boundary, and I think once we get there, I'm going to start descending to flight level 310, and that may help me get set for the first drop. winds are still 220 at 72 knots, and still have a slight tailwind, and still haven't crossed over into Reykjavik airspace. skies. And I'd probably say we can begin descent down to flight level 310 at least. So let's see. Okay, so we are officially coming down from flight level 370.
Alpha Mike 189er, our landing ground, cleared for taxi to the active 19 right, hold short, stay on this frequency.
I certainly won't judge those comments, I understand. This is Flight Simulator X Steam Edition, and we've been flying for probably about the past 4 hours plus from Philadelphia to Reykjavik, Iceland. Flight simulation, I would say, is definitely not something for everybody. You kind of do have to be the kind of person that likes flying planes and just going for long stretches of time, doing one thing. Typically, I do shorter flights. I do regional flights from say one state to another. But this is an exception. I'm actually flying from the U.S. to Iceland, and it's all the factors are on the flight. I'm flying from night to day. Most people are sleeping, but it's something that I do. I would say that more action-packed stuff is like the old Ace Combat video games, or DCS, or there's another one. It used to be a long time ago, PUBG and Fortnite, but PUBG and Fortnite aren't simulators. They're like deathmatch games. So I understand. Yeah, I certainly won't be mad at you for saying that. For some people, flight simulation's pretty much the last thing they want to do. For me, this is something that I grew up doing ever since I was a kid, so it's something that I definitely enjoy doing as well. No matter what, though, I hope that you're doing great, and I hope that you're having a great night or day wherever you are. And I really hope that this year is a good one for you. So, nothing but love for you, man, and all the best to you. Okay, meanwhile, we are descending. We've left flight level 370, and we are coming down to flight level 330. At this rate, we should be at 290 before long, so we adjusted the set rate. We are on the way down. If I sound a little boobs, it's literally because I've been flying since about maybe 4 hours ago, per se. So this is the longest flight I've ever done in one shot. My last flight that took anywhere near as long was from Jacksonville, Wyoming to Dallas-Fort Worth, Texas in FSX, and that was a while ago. As it stands, we're getting ready to approach Keflavik, and it's getting to be about that time. We're literally on the final leg, and we're almost at the Eldest 2 hotel arrival, and we're going to be landing probably in the next 45 minutes or so, I'd say. So let's see. Rip the set checklist. Okay, we'll arm those spoilers eventually. Maps are fully up right now. And yeah, Iceland is coming into view on the radar. What a trip. Okay, we've already got the radio set for ILS approach for runway 28. And not much else. We are probably going to track for flight level 290 eventually when we get close to the arrival. The airspace right around the Eldest waypoint, you need to be between flight level 290 and 240. So that's what we're trying to shoot for. Let me increase rate of descent just a little bit. We're descending for flight level 370 to flight level 290. Lots of cloud cover in the area, so I'm assuming it's going to be a nice overcast landing. That's okay. Western shore of Iceland is coming into view on long-range radar. And not much else. it's been to actually be able to fly this far out. I am definitely looking forward to the descent. So let's start turning into 0-9er. Let's begin the drop to 6,000 feet, starting right now. Go ahead and reduce airspeed to 380 knots. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Iceland. We will be arriving very shortly. I'll shortly be taking a final pass through the cabin to collect service items and to remind you to fasten your seatbelts for landing. Local time is close to 12 noon, and we will be arriving in, we'll probably say, about 20 to 30 minutes. So feel free to sit tight, and we'll be on the ground shortly. 250 knots. Tell you what, let's go ahead and arm the spoilers now. And take out some flaps. Flaps 1. And flaps 2. Sorry, flaps 3 and flaps 5. Okay, I do need to be at or below 6,000, so let's add a little extra drop. Go ahead and start reducing for 230 knots now. Crew's already been notified. Let's go ahead and turn those lights on. Switch over to the approach plate. Okay, sorry, not quite there yet. But we did make our altitude. So let's drop down to 4,000 feet. And turn left to 067 degrees. Okay, I'd say now we can begin getting ready to land. Okay, and we are below 5,000. Laps 10. Okay, stay at 3,500. Drop down to 2,500 feet. Setting for 354. And do gear down. Laps 25. And turning final. Okay, here we go. You go ahead and go sterile cockpit for the approach. Alright, so my airplane Engine start switch is continuous. Laps are down. Gears down 3 greens. Cabin's warmed. Aircraft is mine. Landing checklist complete. Excellent, and 60 knots. All over the runway, but not as bad as my last one, so we'll take that. Okay, let's go ahead and start cleaning up. I will find out what my landing rate was once I exit the program. And we are off. Let's go ahead and taxi in to the terminal. Excellent. Okay, so we are on the ground at Keflavik. Could have been a much neater landing, but by the same token, hopefully the landing rate was good and not terribly bouncy. So I believe the terminals are that way. Coming up on Charlie 3. Okay, Charlie 3 this way. Okay. Let's get ourselves over to the International Terminal and park for the night. Okay, flight director definitely doesn't need to be on anymore. Same thing with auto throttle. Almost there. We'll take that last one on the left. Yeah, I'd definitely like to say I wish the landing was way more consistent, but by the same token, hopefully the landing rate prove better. Okay, let's double check, see where we stand. Alright, let's cycle the APU. Call out the jetway. Flight attendants disarm slides. Stand by for all call. Okay, APU is on. Go. It's off. Well, there we go. We are in and parked. And welcome to Iceland, everybody. This took a while to get to from Philadelphia, but now I can officially say I have actually made it overseas. Same time zone as London. And I'm going to go ahead and call it a night. So, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for coming along for any portion of the flight. And whether or not you're watching this live or on the replay, just want to say again, thanks for your time, thanks for your patronage. I'm going to go ahead and sign off. Again, this is DigiDriver. Have a great day or a great night wherever you are. God bless you and take care. Bye-bye.